Member Siegel is excused. All right. Next item on the agenda is the adoption of the agenda. Do we have any modifications or changes, Dr. Rowley?
No, Mr. Chair, there are no changes.
All right. So let's have a motion.
I so move.
I second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, motion carries. Next item, public comments. Audrey, do we have public comments today?
Yes, we do. This one is from Stephen DiGiulio. As disappointed and profoundly disturbed as a profoundly disturbed taxpayer, I want the public and the college governing board to be aware of the unjustifiably cruel treatment of 6 long-serving employees, staff, and faculty who were terminated without warning at the end of the spring semester while the college was in process of hiring 2 deans and filling several other positions. In addition to the 6 employees summarily filed, 7 vacant positions were eliminated, reducing the college's ability to provide opportunities for higher study through the HEC and reducing basic bookstore, food, groundskeeping, and recycling services. The following academic programs were closed, thus significantly reducing opportunities for taxpayers to prepare for careers in architecture and interior design, exercise science, fashion design, hospitality and tourism, jewelry and metal arts, and solar energy. No detailed justifications were made public for the choices of which positions to be eliminated or which programs to close, nor were any detailed justifications made public that firing employees was the best way to deal with the putative financial emergency. Consequently, employee morale has hit a new low because every employee has effectively been served notice that they are expendable without notice. This further lowers the quality of service that the college renders to the public. These reductions in services to the public were attributed to the financial emergency with no supporting details by college president Dr. Rowley. This financial emergency was declared by the governing board a year ago and is still in force. The college's budget is public and shows no obvious financial emergency, but of course one may occur at any time. What I am objecting to is the violation of the human rights of the college's essential workers, staff, faculty by the way the decision of whom to fire and which programs and services to close were made in secret without disclosure of the criteria used. The declared financial emergency frees the college administration to ignore its own policies concerning shared governance. And it did so by keeping potentially effective employees in the dark about the possibility that they could lose their income and benefits at the semester's end. Significantly, there was no open discussion about alternative measures to help deal with the putative financial emergency, and keeping the reduction in college services to a minimum, alternatives such as temporary pay cuts for the most generously compensated employees, incentives for employees to voluntarily leave service, retire early, or take time off without pay, offering employees a choice of continuing to work under 60% or 70% contracts so they would retain their benefits, dismissing recently hired probationary employees before employees with many years of service to the college. Instead of respecting employees as human beings and informing them as well in advance so they could prepare for the possibility of a major and unwelcome life change, employees were commended on their loyalty to SFCC and the extra work they voluntarily took on in dealing with the complications necessitated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Thus, insult added to injury. As the college has unnecessarily exposed itself to possible lawsuits, I am aware that in the private sector, essential workers, managers are often treated this way because private companies are compelled to increase their profits. However, taxpayers don't support a public college to offer popular courses that will increase the college's tuition revenue. Taxpayers fund a public college to provide services they need to become better providers for their families and more effective members of their communities. This is a shameful day in the history of Santa Fe Community College, and I hope that the governing board will take emergency action to mediate the harm done to its workforce and to ensure that all employees will be treated with the dignity and respect they deserve as we go forward.
Thank you, Dr. Julio. Are there any other public comments this afternoon?
Question. Is this a new communication? Or is this a communication that, Becky, have you received a communication from this person before?
No, Vice Chair Gamble, this was specifically sent to the board for public comment today.
Okay. Can we, Jack, ask that be sent to the board members? I had trouble hearing most of it. I mean, I caught just here and there, but
Dr. Julio is the chair of the faculty union. So we'll be glad to make that available for all the board members in text copy.
okay, thanks.
Sure.
There are no more
Any
public
other,
comments.
Public comments, are there?
There are no more public comments.
Okay, hearing none. Hearing none, we'll go on to the item 5 on the agenda, which is the closed session. This session will be for the purpose of discussing pending or threatened litigation against former and current employees, current and former students, and current contracting partner as provided under NMSA 1978-1015-187, and discussion regarding limited personnel matters, regarding administrative processes brought by former employee as provided under NMSA 1978-1015-1H2. So like a motion to go into closed session, please.
I so move.
I second.
All right, Audrey, roll call, please.
Chair Sullivan,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gamble,
Yes?
Secretary Pugh,
Yes.
Member Quintana,
Yes.
and Member Siegel is excused.
All right, 4 in favor, 1 absent.
Aye.
Motion carries. So we'll move now into closed session, and hopefully we should be back around 2:15. Thank you very much. I see Deborah's living room. And there's Deborah. There's George. Can you hear us all right, George? Unmute your mic. Can you hear us okay, George? I can see you. I'm not hearing you. Say something. Nope. Nada. Here, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
George, you can hear me? Now I can hear you. Okay, good.
I can hear.
Okay, Jody, you are, can you hear?
Yeah. I am on. I can hear. Thank you.
Sounds good. All right. We're back in open session at 2:25. And could I have a motion to come out of closed session where the only topics discussed were those listed on the public agenda?
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion. Those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, motion carries. All right, let's move to the next item, President's report and presentations. Dr.
Thank you,
Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will start with the April Employees of the Month. For the Pass It Forward Award, we have Anthony Ulibarri from OPI, who is nominated by Donna Cordova from Financial Aid, and also Janelle Moya from Nursing, who is nominated by Amy Pell in Finance. And for the WOW-gram, Terry Tewart, the Director of Nursing, was nominated by Tony Kaufman, who is from the nursing faculty. So congratulations to all of those employees, very well deserved, and we really appreciate your hard work. So on to the main piece of my report. You can see there that there's been a lot of activities for the chess program that's been moving forward. We are very deep in the throes of trying to choose a vendor. We have 3 vendors that we're trying to select from. There have been lots of demonstrations, lots of conversations with people who are subject matter experts in the particular components like finance, HR, continuing education, admissions, financial aid, all of those pieces. And so that will continue on. We are scheduled to have a selection by June 15th, I believe is the date. They've been going really well. It's going to be a tough decision. We have 3 good choices to make. Under student engagement and success, Santa Fe Community College celebrated the class of 2021 with the virtual commencement ceremony on May 15th. Chef Jose Andres, chef, humanitarian, and founder of World Central Kitchen, provided a congratulatory message. So we were very fortunate, and I think that the virtual graduation turned out to be a very nice event, and hopefully our next one will be on campus. SFCC celebrated students who earned a high school equivalency or GED credential on May 18th. The New Mexico Higher Education Department Adult Education Division Director Amber Rodriguez provided the keynote. And Santa Fe Community College Foundation has partnered with several organizations to revitalize the college's culinary arts garden. The garden will provide produce for the culinary arts program and for those in need of produce in the Santa Fe area. The Grow Your Own, which originally installed the raised beds, will work with Love Tito's Block Community Gardens, which is a charitable organization that aids in the creation and restoration of community gardens nationally. This has turned out to be a really far encompassing project. Last month, the partners, along with special guests from Tesuque, Okewenge, and a blessing by Tesuque Pueblo Elder, Innovation Center Director, the Interim Director, Ondine Franglass, Deborah Bolt, Interim Dean Julia Deisler, all gathered together with numerous other people to have an event on campus to kick this off. So this is a nice addition to both our program and also provides a nice volunteer program for people on campus. Under faculty and staff, Professor Belen Senegini is the featured interview on the website Meet a Mathematician, which interviews mathematicians from different backgrounds, especially from historically excluded groups, to introduce students to role models. So congratulations to Belen for that honor. Lead faculty of the Controlled Environment Agriculture Program, Charlie Schultz, served as a panelist for the Center for Contemporary Arts Earth Day discussion on the award-winning documentary Seeding Change, which considers how businesses that consider their social, environmental, and financial impacts can help us address some of today's most challenging issues. And then Professor Emily Stern was part of Crush Repeat Art Show, an annual art show for queer community and friends. And Julia Goldberg won first place in the 2020 Colorado Pro chapter of the Society of Professional Journalists. So our faculty have been very busy, and congratulations to these folks for their accomplishments. Under the statewide, the local bonds, you can see that we are holding a kickoff meeting for the woodworking studios. I do want to give a little update on the parking project. It says that that has been finished. The parking project has been somewhat delayed, so the parking project is almost finished, and we will have that completed soon. So I just wanted to give that little bit of an update. And then under the Trades and Advanced Technology Center, WH Pacific has been hired to provide a study of the TATC building with regard to the provision of outside air. This study will take about 5 weeks, and then following the study, we'll determine how to proceed with the HVAC project for that area. This is a project that has needed to happen for a while. There have been some lingering air quality concerns in the building. And then with the advent of COVID, that is an especially pressing concern. So that will be remedied before people will be having classes or, office or whatever in those areas. So thanks to the people that have pushed that forward and made that happen. Under the 216 and 2018 Joe bonds, the wastewater treatment plant closure is underway. This has been going on for a good year too, and it's a very extensive project. So we are about to close the door on that project. And then you can see the others. We've been working on the institutional master plan. Shepley, Bullfinch, and McLean and you have completed the quantitative analysis of facilities, condition assessment, and classroom utilization. So this is an interesting study that we'll be giving you the detail on in a future meeting, but one that we'll have soon, so that you can see, kind of what their thoughts are on the condition of our facilities. This is something that we're required to do also in terms of looking at what we're likely to do in terms of renovations or improvements, any changes to instructional spaces that might change along with changes in our strategic plan for what we're looking at doing in the future. And then also a good assessment of classroom utilization, which we are periodically asked to do for the state through LFC, but this time this is for our own use, and we can really look at where we might want to kind of repurpose some of our building uses in this, guys. Under community engagement, Santa Fe Community College was well represented at the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce's job fair, participating in panel discussions on and sharing the college's programs in healthcare, national security, and technology. The Santa Fe Community College and the Department of Workforce Solutions presented career readiness workshops. I had a chamber meeting the day after the workshops, and they were really pleased at our level of participation and help for putting those on. So Thank you to all the people who did participate in those job search workshops for our students. You can see that we've had a lot of recent media coverage. I think that, Santa Fe Community College continues to have strong community engagement and in terms of events that we're putting on. The library has had a steady stream of high quality events that they've put on virtually during the pandemic. Those, I'm assuming, will go to in-person events as soon as we feel that we've passed certain COVID safety protocols. Up until this point, we are keeping our staffing capacity on campus limited because we are still required to maintain 6 feet of social distance on campus, as noted by the higher education department. So even though the capacity for the building is higher than that, in order to stay 6 feet apart, we are not going to be able to have a very high capacity. That mandate will likely change over the course of the summer, and then we will adjust things accordingly. One thing that I do want to mention, the Association of Retired Persons has been doing tax help at the Higher Education Center during this spring. They let us know that they have done 972 2020 returns. This is, and they filed for over $1.2 million in tax refunds. This is about 50% of their normal capacity, but nationally tax help programs have been functioning at about 30% capacity. So I would say that was a job well done. That's a great partnership between the Higher Education Center and the AARP so that we can have tax returns filed for free for qualified individuals in our community. And then the last thing that I would like to mention, we held forums for the finalists for the Dean of Science, Health, Engineering, Math, and Exercise Science. And that committee has selected Terry Tuert, who is the current Director of Nursing. She will be the next Dean to succeed Dr. Jenny Landon in that position. So congratulations to Terry. I'm sure she'll do a great job in her new position when she starts in July. And that is my report, and I'm happy to stand for questions.
Yes. Two questions. One having to do with CHESS, the Shared Services Project. I presume that you, from the various vendors that made presentations, that you have some idea of the cost of this project. And what I really wanted to ask was, where and how are you going to do fundraising for it? Where's the money going to come from?
Well, clearly this project, the funding will be piecemealed. We are not, so the overall project is, the price tag is between 20 and 30 million. And that's for every college, all four colleges that are participating. So we, and the project, depending upon, different vendors have had different time frames, but it's a 3 to 4 year implementation. So as we noted, we would start with finance and HR, and then we would end with the student information system, which is complicated and will take a while to implement. We have Santa Fe Community College received $750,000 from the Department of IT in this legislative cycle. The Legislative Finance Committee director helped us secure that funding and advised us to go that route. I don't know that we would have known to do it on our own, so we were really pleased with that. And they know that we will likely be coming back and asking for more funding each year, but that has pretty much covered the upfront costs that we will be incurring as soon as we start. Santa Fe Community College has also had some bond money that's been available for some of the project. And we've had some money, we were planning on doing an ERP replacement for several years. So that some of that money has been allocated for that already. But we are also approaching our federal delegation. And so we are getting ready to go through the earmark process through the Senate. We have a proposal that is going to Senator Heinrich's office. I think it's due by May 31st. And so I've secured letters from people from some of our local, the mayor and some of our city council people, county commissioners, the public school superintendent. They really were interested in making sure that our local community is supportive of our project. And so Kathy Ulibarri, our executive director, and I have been working with a federal lobbyist, and he's helping us kind of shepherd that process because he certainly knows the ropes better than we do. But that we're hopeful about that process too.
So are the other schools also doing similar kind of fundraising?
Yes, sir, they are. I think that it's, everybody has different bonding capacities and everything, but the colleges that are in this first group all got the same funding from the Department of IT. And we're all in a joint proposal in going through the federal earmark process. We've also have a couple of federal grants that we've applied for. And that was really the reason why we wanted to form a 501c3 so that we had the ability to seek some grant funding to be able to fund ourselves.
Generally, does this project also involve major hardware upgrades in all the schools?
Well, it's all going to be cloud-based technology, likely. I would defer to Corey Bergen before I start talking about technology that I really don't know very much about, if you want to know about those things. Corey's probably sitting there going, stop.
In general, these types of upgrades are not going to involve any technology at this point. You know, if you looked 5 years ago, the answer would have been totally different. But today, we're 100% it's going to be in the cloud. That's the goal.
Well, okay, yeah. Okay, my second question has to do with community engagement, which sounds wonderful. All the things that were done, particularly working with the Chamber of Commerce, that sounds like it was at their job fair. The only question I had about that is there was mention of courses in national security. And I was wondering, I guess I'm ignorant of us doing anything in national security.
Vice Chair Gamble, they would be cybersecurity classes. I'm sure Board Member Pugh is probably sitting there cringing, thinking that we're teaching national security classes.
No, I think that would be great.
We're a little bit out of our element, but no, we do offer cybersecurity courses and a cybersecurity program within our OIT program, and so that would be what we're referring to.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Other questions for Becky on the president's report? If not, thank you, Becky.
Thank you.
Very, very detailed, very comprehensive. Let's move then to the enrollment report for the summer of 2021. Almasenia.
Thank you, Chair Sullivan and members of the board and President Raleigh. My colleague Todd and I will be going over our enrollment report. If I could get access to share my screen, that would be great. We will also be covering any questions that you all might be having with regards to our summer report, enrollment report, excuse me. Mason, can I get access to share my screen? Awesome, thank you. Sure do, thank you so much. All right, perfect. Let me make it just a little bit bigger. I hope that works for everyone. As you can see, this is a comparison of end of semester summer 2020 to our summer 2021. As of this morning, we are on target. We have already slightly superseded our overall head count. We are just shy about 2% of our credit hours for students enrolled for the summer term. We are along the same lines with regards to our overall race and ethnicity of our student population. We continue to see the same amount of students, nothing too surprising with regards to our age groups. One thing that I'm very happy to see is that we have increased in our population of 55 to 65-year-olds, and that's because we're offering a bit more classes this summer on campus for our fine arts department, some woodworking, as well as our hyper courses, our physical education courses. We continue to see the same trend, more or less, with regards to our gender of our student population. I'm going to scroll down here just real quickly and share with you our student type continues to remain the same. I'm very happy to see our continuing students number continuing to increase here. This means our retention is really good. Our returning students is really good. These are students who have left and are coming back to the college after a certain period of time. Our numbers are very strong with our student type. On our credit load, I'll continue to point out the fact that I am happy to see that we are continuing to see a larger number of students taking 12 credit hours or more. Generally, for the summer, this is a bit surprising. 12 credit hours is a lot to take in the summer, but this is very pleasing to see that that number continues to increase. We also increased slightly within our population of 0 to 5 credits, and that again is more than likely due to the fact that we had students in that population of students returning to take either the art classes, the woodworking classes, the hyper courses. This is a very interesting point for us to share with you all, is that we are in the week 6 of registration for the summer. Summer term starts here in a couple of weeks on June 7th. We are at week 6 in the registration. Spring 2020, we had 1,134 students. This is head count. Week 6 for summer 2021, we are at 1,451. So again, we've exceeded our enrollment compared to this time last year. Super excited to share that with you all. As far as head count, we still have a few more weeks to go. There's some additional push for registrations that I'm sure Todd will talk to you all about here in a few minutes, but we are very happy to be reporting these numbers to you all. We will start early registration for fall next week on June the 1st. This is also a very good time because we will have the majority, if not all, student affairs offices back on campus on a gentle phased in, meaning we'll have some folks on campus, some folks still working remotely, but we will be here on campus to help and work with our students for early registration for the fall term. With that, I can turn it over to my colleague Todd, who can discuss with you any marketing initiatives, and or we can both answer questions for you all with regards to these enrollment numbers.
Thomasina, before we move on, I had a question for you.
Yes, sir.
We're looking at the difference between summer of 2020 and projected summer 2021. Of course, summer 2020 was the dead center of the pandemic peak. So my question is, in general, how does it look beyond this? I mean, we're doing a little better than summer of 2020, but looking on, just not numerically, but what are your feelings, for fall registration and even for winter? I mean, where are we going? Are we going to get back to our pre-pandemic levels anytime soon?
I appreciate that question, Chair Sullivan, and I'm very positive that we will, and this is a very good indicator that we are on the right path. I think mainly because We are starting to open campus again, offering more courses, offering them in hybrid models, meaning on campus and online. Students are really starting to get comfortable with this model, but we're also starting to open campus. And so services will be available on campus for students. And I really do believe that once students start hearing and learning that we're back and we're starting to gradually get back into pre-pandemic safe measures for being on campus, definitely they will feel comfortable. I'm excited to see what happens next week as we open early registration. I know my colleague Todd will talk to you a little bit about some of the marketing initiatives, but we definitely are looking toward having some solid numbers. This is good right here where we're at. We're not down. So that's a good indicator that students are really starting to come back and starting to feel that energy and wanting to return back to school. In addition to that, we've had new students. We've had a large pocket of new students applying to the college, and those students are enrolling. And so again, these are very good indicators.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Todd, what can you tell us?
Thomasina, I'd like to also ask a question. The numbers look great. That's wonderful, given that we weren't sure what to expect, and these really look good. One of the numbers that really stood out for me was the increase in the number of courses. My goodness, that's a substantial increase. Can you just talk about that a little bit? I mean, the 50%, 56%, whatever, increase number of courses.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Gamble. I can touch on it, but I'm sure Vice President Peters would like to also add to it. I really have to thank our faculty for offering these courses and really taking a look at not just offering them, but the need behind it, and making sure that we're aligning the needs of our students along with our services and availability of it. Faculty are comfortable now more than ever in offering multiple modality courses, and you'll see that in our schedule. We have a number of courses that are offered both online and on the ground, and that's very exciting. But this also has to do with some of those courses that went away last summer that we weren't able to teach and offer, and we're able to bring those back again in a very gentle way of making sure that we meet all of our safety requirements. But I'm sure Vice President Peters may want to add more to that.
Thanks, Thomasina. You've really answered it. Really, the number of courses and our enrollments should nicely match one another. And by that, I mean, we don't want to have a whole lot of courses that we're offering when our enrollments are quite low. And so as you'll recall, last summer, as Chair Sullivan mentioned, it was the height of the pandemic. And so we really didn't offer nearly as many classes as we ever would in a summertime. And so this summer, we are committed to offering at least 25% of our classes on ground, on campus. And then also we have a number of online classes, as we always do. And so that's reflected in that jump that you see there, Board Member Gamble.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Chair Sullivan, I have a question for Thomasina. Thomasina, can you hear me?
I sure can. Yes,
Okay.
Member Quintana.
Hi, thank you for this presentation. Quick question, is early registration typically at this time, or is this a new start to registration?
Member Quintana, are we speaking about for the fall term?
Correct, sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. The fall term, we did decide to push back our early registration for fall because we really wanted to give faculty an opportunity to work a bit more with their schedule and wanted to have a better understanding of where we were with the pandemic and if we were going to be able to open campus a little bit more. And we wanted to provide a solid schedule to our current and prospective students and try and avoid as much as possible any changes in that schedule. So we had hoped that pushing early registration about a month forward would allow for that. And you will see the schedule is available online for viewing purposes. It's a very solid schedule, and they've done a lot of work. Our academic deans and faculty have done a lot of work to make sure that that schedule is nice and tight for our students. This will continue to be the process through right before we begin the fall semester, and hopefully numbers continue to get better in the sense of those being vaccinated and the numbers lowering in the sense of those with COVID, and that way we can continue to offer the on-ground courses as well as all of our online courses.
Thank you, Thomasina.
Thank you, Member Quintana.
Todd, are you?
Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley. If Route 53, Nathan, if you give me control, I'm going to 1.9.
Todd, if I can start hearing you.
Are we having audio issues again?
Yeah, you sound like you're in a barrel.
Sounds like your beard is in the way.
It's gonna go.
Okay, I'm going to share my audio through my phone and share my screen through my computer.
Okay, turn off your, there you go. Go ahead.
Okay, hang tight.
That's good.
And I'm hearing an echo of myself, so sorry if I sound weird. I'm going to share with you a few highlights from summer, and just know that our fall campaign is kicking off shortly. And so let's let the 2 minutes start, and I'll try to keep this really brief. Just about every effort we do has kind of two main segments, which what I would call a top of mind, which is more community oriented, and then strategic enrollment efforts, which are a lot more segmented and targeted to specific populations. And so here are a few recent examples of some top of mind advertisement. On the left is the insert in our boxes all across the community. Our credit schedules are not currently printed, but those are still really valuable kind of tactile advertising spaces out in the community. And so we've stuffed those boxes with kind of a helpful flyer that you see on the left. On the other side of that is prompts for registration and support. A recent ad in the Santa Fe New Mexican celebrated our graduates. We kind of experiment with different approaches to these advertisements that go out in the New Mexican and the Santa Fe Reporter. This time around, we're following up on kind of the theme of listing the names. It's not the photos of smiling people, but it also has a kind of a visual impact in the sense of, look at the footprint of this college. Here are the names, here are the people we impacted, here are the people in your community that are going out and earning their degrees, certificates, and making a difference.
Todd, we could see your entire screen rather than just the PowerPoint. Maybe you might want to make it bigger.
Oh, thank you. I got totally thrown off by my audio thing. Here we go. Thank you, Yash. The Ticket to College is an annual or reoccurring event, and I'm just showing you some of the revisions we've done. These are the tickets these students, Santa Fe High School students, are going to receive. And we are also holding a SFCC info session on June 3rd at 6 p.m., a virtual session. And so we're really excited about this new direction. It's tied into a QR code and a landing page, and we're kind of streamlining these processes. Kind of in summary here, we also have some new top of mind messaging coming out in just slightly revised TV spots, 30-second spots, which have seen a ton of traffic. So just for example, this particular ad, which you all have seen, I'm not going to play it again right here, but that's up to about 30,000 views, which is, I think, the highest video on SFCC's YouTube channel to date. At least until we launch the next one, then we'll try to beat that. Oops. And when I hit that, okay. Finally, I just wanted to point out that we have a whole barrage of campaigns going out to particular segments of our population. Really important one is the retention efforts. Our current students or students who have recently enrolled, that's a very valuable population to be reaching out to because we already have their contact information. And so there's a variety of ways we do that. One thing we've talked about is through the geo-targeting. And what we do there is really interesting, and we can talk about it more in depth in the future, but it involves driving a lot of this traffic into forms, getting it into our CRM, our constituent relationship management system, and then creating tiered marketing drip campaigns. So an automated system of communications that kind of usher them into specific buckets and enable us to put them into the right hands, whether that be our college counselors, advisors, or other specialists who can help them. And so this might be the most personal effort, although it looks the most kind of data and analytical, because eventually we learn a lot of information and get them to the right people. And our fall registration will really kick off in earnest starting in early June. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Any questions? If not, let's go on to item.
Just a general question, Todd. Given the COVID-19 over the past year and all that has been said and written about the impact of that on various communities, what kind of thoughts do you and Thomasina have you been throwing around about what you've learned or what you sort of are hypothesizing that will be helpful in the fall for recruiting students? I don't know if there's any, particular thematic thing or not, but I just throw that out there kind of, is there anything to be learned from what's been happening over the course of the last year?
I have so much to say about that, Chair Gamble.
Okay, you get 30 seconds.
Let me just think of what comes to my mind first when you say that. I think that what's emerged to me is that Santa Fe is a very interesting place in the sense that we have so many people who are coming from a place of need. And how do we integrate those people into our mission? We know it is our mission to do that. But these last 14 months or however long have exposed a lot of things that Santa Feans don't always like to notice. And so I think it's a real opportunity for our college to continue to find ways to welcome the entire community into our doors to the best of our ability and to see those areas of need and to respond to them.
And I'll just add quickly, meeting our students where they're at. meeting our students where they're at, and then taking them where they want to be and working through these challenges. And these last 14 months, we've been able to, I think, realize that we can do that and we can do it well.
Okay.
I think this college has grown. I'm kind of speaking out of my, role here, but the evolution and adaptations that we've undergone over the last 14 months, you never would have seen that happen without these amazing challenges. And so never waste a good crisis, I guess.
Right. Okay. I'm sure we'll have more discussion about this over the course of the fall semester as we see what kind of response there is. And I'm wondering sort of indeed in the community, who are new students, what kinds of courses, for example. I just saw that little interesting factoid that is not relevant to us, I think, but the School of Public Health at the University of North Carolina, where I studied, their admission, their enrollment, their application rate went up something like 50% in the School of Public Health. Everyone wants a new sort of public health has a new image, and I'm guessing that's true across the country. And I wonder if it's true, for example, in nursing as well. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, George.
Let's move on to the Foundation 9-month report from Deborah. Hi, Deborah.
Hi, Chair Sullivan, governing board members, President Raleigh. Thank you for the opportunity to give you the third quarter and 9-month report of the foundation.
You need a screen share?
Excuse me?
You need a screen share?
No.
Okay, you're just going to chat. Okay.
I mean, I'm going to give the report that I provided to you.
Right.
If somebody wants to put that up on the screen, that's fine too. So this is the period from July 1st, 2020 to through March 31st, 2021. And during this period, revenue in new gifts was $788,970. And in-kind contributions, we get some wonderful new art pieces, total $10,800. Investment earnings were $1,832,460. So that was a robust market, to say the least. And it was an increase of $2,402,000 and change from the prior year. One of the reasons why it is as high as it is because over the years, we have focused a lot on increasing our endowment. The size of our endowment from when I came on board in 2010 was just a little over 3 million. And at our last report, it was nearing 11 million. So we had some wonderful earnings from those increases over the years. And you'll see from the report that I provided that a lot of the funds that we received in this last quarter had to do with endowments and scholarships, which for the students that we are attracting to the college and those in need really helps them greatly in completing certificates and degrees. So just to give you a quick kind of summary of those gifts, we received our installment of our third payment from a 3-year, $400,000 Kellogg grant. And this was for the firstborn program. We are hoping that they will continue to fund that. And we will continue to go after support for that program and all of the initiatives of the Early Childhood Center of Excellence. The Daniels Fund came back again. They provided another Boundless Opportunity Scholarship, which is $20,000, $10,000 a year. And it's also matched one-to-one by the foundation. We had some new donors last year, Kelly Pope and David Balfour, who are very involved in communities and schools. And that really helps middle school students get on the path to college. And they provide a scholarship of $5,000 per student who have matriculated through communities and schools and then choose to come to our college. So that's another wonderful source of getting new students who are really primed to go to college. They contributed more to their scholarship. And so now it's $20,000 and they're hoping that it will expand to other students. It's also, like our funds, very flexible, can be applied to textbooks, housing, supplies, transportation, whatever they need, whatever could be an obstacle to completing a degree or certificate. Also, Doug McDonald, who was a former fire chief of Los Alamos, completed his pledge of $50,000 and then provided an additional $25,000. And the way that he wanted to do this was something that Kelly Marquez Smith really initiated, this type of philanthropy for donors who, rather than wait for a 12-month period for their endowment to mature, they can create a $1,000 annual scholarship, that's just for a year, so that students can get immediate support. And a lot of our donors like that idea. They don't want to wait. They know the need is great and they want it to go out as soon as possible. And so he created 10 $1,000 annual scholarships. So that's wonderful in honor of his wife. Also, Michael Engel Family Foundation made another $20,000 grant, and that was to honor Rick Abels, who was our immediate past president. And Rick and Kathy Abels had to leave Santa Fe after 40 years here because of health reasons on Kathy's part, and now they're living in California. So they'll be greatly missed, not just by us, but by so many nonprofits that they supported in our town. And we also created a Memorial Endowed Scholarship with the help of family, friends, and the Santa Fe School of Cooking and others in the culinary community to honor Kyle Pacheco, who died so young. And it's for Native American students who are interested in pursuing culinary arts. So we're very sad to have that opportunity, but we're very grateful for the people that have contributed to it. And wherever we can, we try to provide some matching funds that would help inspire people to also give. And we recently did that for another colleague who also passed, Mary Margaret Wood, and she's greatly missed. So, this is one way of keeping someone's legacy alive. And people really want to do that, want to contribute that way. I have attached to my report the President's fundraising priorities for fiscal year 21-22. And it follows along basically the same types of scholarship and other financial aid for our students that we've been doing year after year, and providing matching funds. And so the baseline is $220,000 for tuition, fees, textbooks, special programs, internships like our PILAS program, emergency expenses, et cetera, et cetera. And if you would allow me, I'll just quickly go through those. $50,000 for the Student Emergency Assistance Fund, because that continues to be something that is greatly needed by our students. $50,000 to match the aforementioned PLOS paid internship program, which is extremely popular with the employers and the students who are being hired even during the pandemic by those companies where they do those internships. The Domenica Foundation recently gave us a $50,000 grant for their Contract for Better Tomorrow program. We will match that. We'll also match a $16,000 request for the Expanding Opportunities for Young Families program. And we'll match the $18,000 gift from the City of Santa Fe Veterans Advisory Committee for our veterans and their dependents. And of course, the Daniels Fund is a match, a one-to-one match required. We have continually raised up to $10,000 for Pueblo and Native American scholarships. And we also will continue to raise matching monies for the Institute for Mexicans Abroad, and it's also known as IME Becas Scholarship. Becas is a scholarship for students, our students of Mexican origin and descent. The college this year is matching our $15,000 that we have traditionally given $30,000, but we're doing some cost sharing with the college for professional development, employee development. And so we have committed to $15,000 for that program. And of course, we'll continue to develop and cultivate partnerships with corporations, foundations, nonprofits, and individuals to help fund the initiatives that I just described. And if I will be happy to stand for questions if there are any.
Congratulations for all that fantastic fundraising. Oh.
Thank you, Member Gamble.
We'll be up there with Harvard and Yale in just a year or two.
You know it. That's right. Yes, we're trying to get that transformational gift, the big one. So hope to report on that to you later on in the coming months.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
To Faculty Senate report. Kate?
Hi there. Greetings, everyone. I'll begin my report and then I'll take questions about our recent minutes, these announcements, or any other topics. Much of recent Faculty Senate discussions have centered around the recent rifts of 4 faculty members here at SFCC. Needless to say, faculty are saddened, worried, and concerned. The loss of these 4 colleagues comes as a blow to us all. As I mentioned last month, faculty are eager to begin working to consider, in tandem with our administration and you, the governing board, whether and how to implement clear cut criteria for declaring a bona fide financial emergency and for lifting it too. We were encouraged in a meeting Faculty Senate officers attended with Dr. Becky Rowley to learn that she'd be supportive of such an effort. I look forward to collaborating with members of the college staff and administration as we consider how a financial emergency checklist of sorts could make it easier for everyone to prepare for and anticipate the declaration of a bona fide financial emergency in the future, and to clarify expectations for when it might be lifted as well. After all, the nature of the emergency impacts us all in both short and long-term ways. Faculty Senate continues to explore Chair Sullivan's question earlier this semester about what ideas faculty have for boosting student success during these turbulent and ever-evolving times. Conversations this semester with Vice President Margaret Peters, board members Jody Pugh and Pierre Quintana, and SGA President Ian Martinez have helped us to clarify for ourselves as faculty what matters most. Personalized student engagement, excellent communication between our students and our peers, and the training, professional support, and collaborative structures within our departments to assess our own teaching, appraise our students' diverse needs, and implement relevant, stimulating, and culturally responsive measures in our classrooms. Bridging the gap between academia and the working world is also a major priority for us. And we're proud of the work we've begun as a Senate in collaboration with Rebecca Estrada at Lanel to engage faculty and make students aware of the myriad employment offerings at the labs. Of course, this represents just one of many efforts faculty have initiated where our community's workforce needs are concerned. It's also become clear, both anecdotally at our meetings and as reflected in the results of SFCC's most recent survey on student success, that cost is one of the biggest impediments to students' progress now. As such, faculty have also been engaged in recent discussions with Val Nye, SFCC Library Director, and Shalimar Krebs, Associate Dean, to investigate open educational resources, or OER, here at SFCC. The realm of OER is expanding by the day, and many faculty are eager to learn more about how to adopt cost-free textbooks in our classes. Initiatives on faculty's part include the expansion of a task force in collaboration with Val and Shalimar, designed to explore text acquisition training, OER software and database offerings, and how best to engage faculty in the world of open educational resources. In tandem with efforts like these, we're working under the assumption that faculty success is student success and vice versa. When we are supported and empowered to teach, even amidst a global pandemic, we're better equipped to encourage student learning in and out of the classroom. We're hopeful that initiatives like the new Employee Onboarding and Orientation Task Force, spearheaded by Barb Griego and Michelle Harding, and comprised of full-time faculty, adjunct faculty, and staff, will help to better support newcomers. We also look forward to evolving professional development opportunities across the curriculum, especially those that emerge from within individual departments. In general, we're committed to putting student success at the forefront of every decision that we make as a Senate, and we thank the board for encouraging us to consider and reflect upon this topic. Faculty Senate looks forward to meeting twice this summer, once in June and once in July. At convocation in the fall, we plan to meet jointly with Staff Senate, as we did in January, to discuss shared projects and pursuits and to check in about the work we commenced last semester. Faculty Senate elections took place last month. Deborah Newberg and Lucas Gonzalez will continue serving as Vice Chair and Secretary, respectively, for the next 2 academic years. Finally, I was fortunate enough to attend Achieving the Dream's recent online conference on equity in teaching and learning, and I'll be sharing notes, resources, and remarks at Faculty Senate on June 4th. If anyone listening is interested in reviewing the materials I collected, don't hesitate to send an email my way. I'm grateful to Yash Morimoto and Jim Wysong for supporting my attendance. That concludes my report, and I'm now happy to answer any questions folks might have.
Kate, thank you for considering those important issues that we talked about regarding student success. And you end, of course, the fact that the Senate, we have that topic on our agenda for our June 4th retreat, and our board retreat, which is our annual retreat. So if you would like to put any of those topics into an email to me or to the board members and to Becky, we would be glad to go over them at the retreat. Again, with the intent being that part of the board's mission and obligation is to look forward, look to the future, to see where the direction of the college is going, and how we can focus in on what we do, which is educate students, and how the board might in any way improve that mission. So I'd be glad to see anything that you could provide us before the 4th, and we'll discuss that in an open meeting as a part of our retreat.
Okay, thanks for the opportunity. I'll certainly send that your way.
Appreciate that. Other questions or comments for Kate? If not, let's get the staff Senate report. From Jill.
Working on on hiding. Well, where's the button? Ah, there we go. Turn on camera. Come on. There we go. Yay. Good afternoon, Chair Sullivan, members of the governing board, President Rowley. I'm pleased to present the staff Senate report for this month. In the last 2 months, you saw 2 months of our minutes. We did have a presentation on the new CHES 501c3. We have worked with the folks in the building maintenance department to identify filtration units that will be purchased and placed in some of the classrooms to provide additional safety filtration, air filtration. We have talked to HR about a donated leave pool. We do apparently have one established, but it would benefit from the provision of an online form. And staff member Norbert Oates offered to work with them to create a form so that we can make the requests for donated leave a little more anonymous. Right now, a person's name goes out in an email or in an announcement. We prefer that to be an anonymous process. In addition, we held elections. So I'm here to tell you that this will be my last governing board meeting as co-chair. We elected Chris Gettler to serve alongside Megan McGarity. And Laura Smith has also been re-elected as the Secretary Treasurer for Staff Senate. It's been a privilege and a pleasure to present to you for the last 4 years. I've enjoyed it thoroughly. And I do want to discuss one change. Board member Gamble asked about changes that have happened in relation to COVID. For Staff Senate, one really interesting positive change is a substantial increase in the number of participants in the meeting. Apparently, it is much easier for staff to attend the meetings virtually. I think many staff members participate as they can and maybe are working on other things at their desk as opposed to having to go somewhere. And we're really pleased with that. And I think with the provision of some meeting spaces on campus that we'll be able to do a combination of virtual and in-person meetings, we expect that to continue. And I think that that's a major accomplishment for a very unusual year. Thank you very much. Again, it's been a privilege and a pleasure to work alongside you, and I would stand for questions.
Questions for Jill? If not, thank you, Jill. Thank you for your leadership on the Staff Senate.
Thank you very much.
And let's hear from the student government report. We know that Ian has graduated, so who will do the student government? No report, it looks like today. Hard act to follow from Ian now. Let's move on then to item 8 on the agenda. We have a consent agenda, which consists of minutes of 3 meetings, a work session and a regular meeting and a special meeting. And we also have the final reading for policy 8-3, which is the inspection of public records. I have one minor typo on the budget work session minutes, so we'll move that to item 9, which is items removed. Does anyone have any changes or questions or comments or revisions for the other 2 meeting minutes or for policy 8-3. Hearing none then, we'll take a motion to approve the regular meeting minutes of April 28, 2021.
I so move.
I second.
Moved and seconded, discussion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay, we'll take a motion for approval of the minutes of the special meeting of May 14, 2021.
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion. Those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Thank you. We'll take a motion for the final reading for policy 8-3, inspection of public records.
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion. Those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion carries. That takes care of the consent agenda. Then the budget work session meeting minutes of April 21st, 2021. Audrey, there is just one item on page 7, in the second arrow down. The word should read Foster, F-O-S-T-E-R. It's just spelled incorrectly there. Are you on board there, Audrey?
Thank you. It's noted.
You know where I am?
Thank you.
Do you see it?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
All right, so there's just one typographical correction there. And with that correction, we'll take a motion to approve the minutes from the budget work session of April 21st, 2021.
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Chair votes aye. All right, we'll move then to item 10. These are action items, the first of which is the approval of the financials for April 2021. Mr. Tejas.
Hello, Mr. Chair, board members, President Rowley. I'm going to share my screen with everyone. Hope everybody's ready for section 10 of the board agenda. It's filled with a lot of paperwork, so I think we should title it today the paperwork section of the agenda. So starting with the financial report, as you can see, hopefully on the screen, we're presenting the report at the end of April 30th of this year. And from the kind of higher level macro national economic perspective, we saw some promising numbers, job numbers in February and March, but the April numbers really were a disappointment to many people. The U.S. Department of Labor reported that there was 266,000 jobs added in April, and that was a bit disappointing because we saw 916,000 jobs added in March and 379,000 jobs added in February. So that upward trend didn't continue into April, and so that was a bit of a disappointment. And additionally, the U.S. unemployment rate did increase from 6% to 6.1% from that time frame of March to April. At the end of April 2021, the U.S. still needs to add back 8.4 million jobs to get back to pre-pandemic levels. And At the end of April, we saw the price of oil did increase from $60 to $63 a barrel from March to April. Most of that increase is really related to the disruption in the oil pipeline that suffered from some cyber attacks that I think was mentioned earlier in our meeting. The most recent information on the New Mexico Department of Workforce Solutions website, it showed that unemployment remained steady at 8.3% from February to March, and that was the most recent information. I did see on the news today that the jobs numbers came out, and today I think in New Mexico, and we're still quite high, but I'll have those numbers for our next meeting in next month. So with that, Santa Fe County had a March unemployment rate of 7.5% and was down from 7.9% in the prior month. And that 7.5% is still continuing to be high in the county. Our operating bank account balance totaled $18 million at the end of April. The prior year, we had $11 million in the operating bank account, and that's a cash increase of $7 million from year to year. Tuition and fees continues to be the area of real disruption to the college. They're down 29%, totaling $4.7 million, and have decreased about $2 million compared to the prior year. State appropriations revenue totaled $8.9 million, almost $9 million, and has decreased 2% and has declined $221,000 compared to last April. That's due to the budget cuts that occurred due to the situation with COVID and the pandemic. Mill levy revenues were up 1% and up by $195,000, totaling $14.8 million. Compared to that $14.6 billion in the prior year. Other revenues totaled about a little over $1 million compared to $113,000 in the prior year. And as a reminder, the cost for the large increase, it's approximately $800,000 in CARES Act funding, or HERF 1 and 2 funding was booked to this line item, and that was to shore up some of the losses in the tuition fee revenue category as the CARES Act funding allowed us to do that. But that was the most amount of funding that we could utilize for the college's operations under the CARES Act. Obviously, there's some pretty strict allowable uses for those funds, and so that's the most we could come up with from HERF 1 and 2. And while that helps, ING revenues were still down by $900,000, down 3%, totaling $29.4 million to the prior year. And $900,000 is quite substantially a large decrease to our ING fund. And again, that does include the $800,000 of money that basically we were able to store up from federal relief dollars. In total, ING expenses were down $3.9 million, down 14%, from $24.3 million. And of that $3.9 million, compensation was down 15% by $3.3 million, for a total of $18.4 million compared to the prior year. In the category of supplies expense, equipment, utilities expenses, they were down by $618,000, or 9% over the year. And I think that it's important to note that in April, we are starting to see some of the utility cost savings that were anticipated from our IGA and energy performance contract that we have. Many of the lights around campus have been replaced, and some of the plumbing, I would call it, related to some of our water utility consumption. That's all been integrated, and we're starting to see it in terms of the savings in the utility category. For at the end of April, we did realize about $90,000 in utility savings from the prior year. So that's getting to be pretty substantial savings there. With that, that is the summary of my report, and I can stand for any questions if you might, if the board might have any.
Questions for Nick on the financial summary? The more detailed report, we're going to jump into that as the next agenda item. So you get to see all the fancy numbers here in just a minute.
Well, Mr. Chair, those detailed numbers are included in this one. That next agenda item, it's for that real general HED report.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's our favorite one.
That's your favorite, yeah. Sure.
Well, scroll down to the very bottom. We always like to look at the accounts receivable. No, keep going. Keep going. Oh, there it is. Yeah. How are we looking on that?
Accounts receivable, we normally carry about $1 million in bills that we've sent out for reimbursement, and so we're at 1.6 million. I think that's reasonable. It's been pretty obvious that with COVID, since we've experienced COVID, with other agencies kind of working remotely, they haven't been as efficient on reimbursements to us. And so I think that's some of the issue here. But as I think things open up, we should be able to capture more of these receivables that are outstanding. But the good news is really that, let's say 1.1 million of the outstanding receivables is within the 60 days or less. So that's what we want to see. We don't want to see things lingering too much outstanding. The one amount for Economic Development Administration that is a total of 153,743. That's an interesting one because related to that grant, the understanding was that we would pay for things up front, and at the end of the grant, at the end of the EDA, we would submit for reimbursement. So that grant's been in effect for several years, and that's why we've built up so much in that area. But it is coming to an end, and as soon as that happens, we should be submitting for our bill and for reimbursement on that one. And so that's kind of it's not common that we handle our grants that way. It's just that one in particular.
Yeah. And could you scroll up, Nick, to the tuition and fees graph?
Is it this chart?
No, it's the graph.
Oh, the graph. Okay. Let's see here.
Yeah. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so this is exactly the concern that really does inform the whole concept of financial emergency to the college. As you can see, tuition and fee revenue is pretty steady through the year 2011 to 28, well, let's say 2016, kind of goes up a bit through 2018, and just after 2018 is just trending downward from 18 to 20. And in FY21, our projected amount is going to be the most, the lowest amount of tuition fee revenue that we've experienced in the last 10 years, at least, if not ever. So it's probably not ever, but in a long period of history, we're going to have the lowest amount of tuition fee revenue to the college. And obviously that is due to the pandemic in a lot of ways, but it is also due to our enrollment. So, what the college really needs to do is get back to pre-COVID enrollment levels. And pre-COVID, under pre-COVID, we were still experiencing a downward trend in enrollment and in that situation. So it's quite severe to the college, something that we cannot sweep under the rug and cannot ignore. And to experience a 2 million decrease in that category it affects the financial stability and structure of the college. Quite frankly, the solvency of the college. And so, that's why we are where we are with our budget. And while folks may think we can just, utilize some of this federal grant money, it's just not that simple. Those dollars are one-time dollars, and you can't build recurring expenditures based off of one-time dollars because they're just that. They're good for this year, and that would make us be forced to basically address things next year, or if not next year, the following. And from my vantage point, it's better to address problems sooner than later than just sort of hope. Make financial planning around hopes that things will get better, because a lot of times they don't get better. And it's better to be able to manage things in a fiduciary way as you would your own finances, and deal with things, as soon as possible, rather than at a later date. So, yes, this is an issue, and we hope that in the fall, in the spring, things do get better with our tuition and fee revenue, but it also really depends upon the amount of operational efficiency and operating levels of the college, how many classes we have, how many people are on campus, and things like that. And we're not anticipating opening fully in the fall, as I understand it. And so that affects our ability to generate these tuition and fees that are necessary to operate the college. And I think that while things look really good, I was just on a call with the governor yesterday. I'm on the State Investment Council as a member, and it was the first time the governor had been to our meeting in 14 months that she had been dealing with that, and she chairs the State Investment Council, and she's telling our group that things look good, but they're very, very concerned about all of the other countries and how much of the pandemic is increasing in a lot of other countries, and then the variations on the virus and things like that are still quite a big concern. So we're not in the clear yet. While it might seem that way, we're not. And she did, Member Pugh put in a good word for Lannel and the help that Lannel was, has been putting together on all the modeling and things like that globally. And so while we're all hoping that our situation with the pandemic is under control and it remains that way and people get vaccinated. As I understand it, the vaccination rates still aren't where we really need them to be. You know, folks need to get vaccinated, and these, you know, these changes to the virus and these other countries that have been experiencing a lot of huge infection rates and community spread is still quite concerning, because, you know, it could all come back around depending on how things work out. So sorry to go on and on, but that's it. And that's really the challenges to our college, and ultimately hits us on a very micro level, because all that pandemics, you know, situation really does impact students' willingness to come back to school, the ability we can open up, and it all, you know, speaks to the revenues to sustain the college.
Good, thank you, appreciate that, that background, Nick. But there's nothing like graphs to help us focus on where we are and where we need to go. Other questions for Nick or comments on the financials for April? If not, let's go to item D on the agenda, Nick, which is my favorite, which is the HED financial report. The great.
Oh, I know. I know you've been waiting all month for this one. Probably all quarter, right? Because this is a quarterly report.
This is even more fun. Oh, I think we need to take action on those
Yes,
financials.
you need to.
So,
Correct, you do need.
let's back up a bit here. And if there are no other questions on the April financials, could I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
A second?
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Those in favor say aye.
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 Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Now let's go to the HED financial report. Here it is.
Okay, Mr. Chair, Board members, President Rowley, we are looking at Q3 of the HED report, and this is the real high-level report to the department that they require us to do 4 times a year, and it asks questions like that would lead the department to believe that we're under, you know, some unwanted circumstances. Now, the first one is, did we ask the state for a subsidy? And the answer is no, and fail to make required payments to the retirement system, fail to make payments to payroll, fail to make the debt service payment, and so on. We're answering no to all those things. You know, it really is a good thing that we have been working for quite a long time on restoring our cash balances to the college, because with this pandemic, who knows how we would have had to answer these questions if we didn't have better cash reserves. And as I always like to say, that, you know, the cash reserves to the college are not a luxury. They're not idle money just sitting in a pot. Having a minimum amount of cash reserves, probably no less than $8 million in cash reserves, is necessary for college operations. That covers our ability to weather the storm between July and November, where we are not receiving much mill levy revenues at all, because our mill levies make up most of our revenues that the college gets, and we only get them twice a year in 2 allotments, really, when taxpayers pay their bills. So we have absolutely, we need to have that $8 million cash reserve in place to sustain operations through that time period of July to November, December. And not only does it help us to meet these requirements that the state's looking at you know, making our retirement system payments for the employee, for the employer portion, and making payroll payments, obviously, debt service payments, and payments to vendors and things like that. That if you don't have adequate cash, you might have the budget, but you might not have the cash, and so that creates all sorts of problems. So with that, those cash reserves in the amount of, at a minimum, $8 million are essential to our operations. They allow us to make these types of payments. They allow us to pay for our grants and some capital outlay on the front end as we wait to be reimbursed, which you saw and you pointed out, Mr. Chair, the accounts receivable in the amount of 1.6 million. You know, if we don't have cash reserves, we can't operate and meet the requirements under those grants and you know, and various other areas where we just need cash to be able to sustain operation. That's all I have.
Questions on the financial report that is submitted each quarter to HED? If not, can we have a motion?
I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded for approval of the HED financial report. Discussion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right, let's go on to the 2021 FY 2023 capital projects summer hearings submittal to HED.
Okay, so this is another form that we have to turn in with our capital projects, and you know, as President Rowley mentioned earlier, we're undergoing a master planning or long-term facilities and campus planning project to lay out, you know, what needs there are for the campus plan, facilities, and things like that for the next, you know, 5 years or longer. So we are, you know, using some of those interactions right now as we're putting that plan together to help inform this. Really, HED wants us and wants the board to approve our requests that are going to be made that relate to our state general obligation bonds that, you know, are issued every 2 years. And that's what this is. And what we're asking for is the board to approve a priority 1 project that has to do with our HVAC system. The HVAC system in the college is really antiquated. I think it is the original system, and it's pretty much beyond its useful life at this point. And we really do need the upgrades, especially with respect to COVID and some of the efficiencies that we need to have in place to use some better quality air filtration and even recycling of air on campus. So that's our number 1 priority that we're going to ask the state to approve during our summer hearings with the higher education department. And the second one is building envelope projects for some stucco replacement on campus and some projects related to ADA requirements and upgrades to have adequate compliance with some of our ADA needs and access to our college. That's it. I have Andrea Mueller, and I have, I think, a representative from our master planning group that helped us out with one new thing that the state and state higher ed, and I think even DFA and others are requiring of higher ed institutions, along with other, I think, public agencies, and that is to develop a facility condition assessment. And so our master planning group has been helping us with that. They have done a thorough assessment of all of our buildings and they have a rating and categorization methodology for our buildings. And so, Andrea, if you're on and you'd like to say anything about that, it's a really important thing. It provides great information, and it's actually being required of our college to do this now. And so we were fortunate to include this in our RFP when we went out to master planning groups. And so I'm happy to say that they've helped us with this, and now we have an idea of how all of our facilities are on campus. So, Andrea, you there?
I am here. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, you said it. You covered it. During this master planning process, we were able to request a facilities condition assessment, which would provide us a facilities condition index, which in my time at the college, we have never had one. I've been here about 5 years now, and I have not seen any historical numbers on an FCI. And so it's really, an exciting process, a very challenging process at the same time, because you have to, walk every single space, look at ceilings, walls, flooring conditions, all kinds of different aspects of the college in terms of the facility and the infrastructure. So yes, we have partnered with Sheffield, Bullfinch, and McLean and you. They are the architects that we hired, and actually Raymond is on now, and he might be able to explain a little bit more about how that process works for the facilities condition assessment.
Thank you, Andrea, President Rowley, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So we've completed our investigation on the facilities condition assessment, and lots of numbers will go into a very complicated spreadsheet, but their purpose is actually to yield a single series of numbers that allows us to summarize the condition of each building. And the formula is pretty simple. It's the cost of the required corrections for deficiencies over the replacement cost of the building, and that yields a percentage. Low percentages mean the building is in better condition. High percentage means more of the building needs to be replaced. So what the purpose of this is, it's not necessarily, it's really not a feel-good function at all. It's to do a frank assessment of the facilities to identify portions of the building where deficiencies exist and need to be repaired, replaced, things like that. So we will be able to very soon make recommendations about future capital projects that are grounded in this quantitative analysis, right? So that you have quantitative backup that's really assisting you in identifying the things that you're going to ask HED for future funding requests. So that's just a little bit about the process. I can go on and on, but I don't necessarily want to take too much time. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about it as well.
So,
Do we have any questions?
just a general question. A general question about the utilization of the buildings. Presumably, while there may be some range of structural issues, that it makes no difference what the utilization is. Presumably, there are many other issues where utilization does make a difference. And I mean, one of the things I think about, for example, is if we're moving into a solar era, we may be looking at need for solar panels and the appropriate electrical grid within buildings. Is that something that you consider as well?
I think on a campus level, absolutely. And I think Santa Fe Community College with its solar array is light years ahead of a lot of the other campuses in New Mexico. I think those trends are getting stronger. I think the reliance on solar is just one that makes more and more financial sense. And I think the college is already set in a direction where it can utilize solar power. So I don't feel like there's a huge deficiency there, or even the challenge of kind of working against a certain mindset that has persisted over the years. So I feel that SFCC is very forward-looking in that way. What we see is the challenge is that we have existing buildings. The main building is from the mid-'80s. Most of that building is original. And so it's lasted 36, 37, 38 years, very durable, but it's time for a lot of those components to be replaced. Not necessarily primary structure, not necessarily locations of partitions and things like that, but things like ductwork, air handling units, electrical transformers and panel boards, definitely finishes. We see flooring finishes and ceilings and things like that that make sense to replace when you redo ductwork. So those are the kinds of things that we're kind of spotting and flagging to be on the roster for future HED priority requests. There are also, just to mention, there are also, as you know, a number of facilities that are in outstanding condition on campus. And so those need to be mentioned as well. So we feel really strongly that the depreciation of these buildings happens with their use over time, and there's really nothing magic about that. But it's time for some of these old buildings, and when I say old, I don't really mean old. We're working on an 1893 building right now too, and that's old for New Mexico at least. But for the mid-'80s buildings, it's time to start replacing some of these major building components, and to start looking at phased approaches to that. There's a lot of square footage of these kinds of things. Santa Fe Community College, in ING square footage, you're over 700,000 square feet, and it's a lot of square footage. The main building itself is probably over 300,000 square feet. So how do you approach the task of a phased renovation? You can't very well shut the whole college down while the renovation is happening for a couple of reasons. It's not practical, but it's also not financially feasible. So these things need to be approached in phases and steps that can be funded as it kind of goes along. Now the utilization, let me just address that a little bit. That's a very good point to make. So the college's utilization of spaces is something that we are also analyzing. So for instance, if a classroom is used 80% of the available time, it will have a high utilization rate. Lower percentage is a lower utilization rate. So we're studying ways in which the college could basically tweak the utilization of its resources to get higher utilization out of existing resources. That's really the challenge in these tough financial times, is to try to squeeze more utilization out of existing resources, not build new. The other thing that we're doing that you might just find of interest, and once the final master plan is out, I would urge you to look for that part, is we will actually be doing an overlay of the facilities condition assessment and the utilization, right? So in the areas of low utilization and low condition status, that may point to areas that could possibly easily be renovated without much disruption to the institution. It will also point out the areas that get high utilization and probably need their finishes replaced because they're constantly being used. So overlaying these quantitative kind of pieces of information is something that we're working on currently.
Great, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Okay.
This is Jody. Yeah, this sounds like a really good endeavor. I look forward to reading the master plan when it comes out. For President Riley and Nick, this sounds like the results of this will dovetail into your strategic plan for the future. And do you see it that way, and you plan on incorporating it?
Member Pugh, that you're absolutely correct. No, there should be really close alignment between the strategic plan and the facilities master plan and the budget, so that everything's kind of moving right in alignment.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Other comments, questions? Thank you, folks, on the capital projects. And let's talk about item D, the infrastructure capital improvement plan, so-called ICIP.
Yeah, could I ask for an approval of the summer hearings item?
You want us to prove that too?
Yeah, yes.
All right. All right. Could we have a motion to approve the capital projects hearings submittal, which has to go into HED?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Further discussion? This, by the way, is one of the shortest documents I've seen. It's only 1 page long. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? Motion carries. All right. Now let's go down to item D. This one has more than 1 page.
Okay. Yes, hopefully you've been able to take a look at this tedious document. And it basically is the same thing that you approved earlier for HED, but this is for a different agency. So this is for the Department of Finance. They have us submit our projects, such as the ones you just approved. In fact, that's what's included in these documents. If you go through here, you'll see that the title of this one is SFCC Main and West Wing Building HVAC Systems, Equipment and Upgrades. And they just asked for that same information, but sliced and diced in a different manner that DFA likes. Kind of wish they would just use one way to do it, but you can't. What's the song? You can't always get what you want, and I have to live by that these days. So that's what this one is. The priority projects are the HVAC upgrades and also the stucco project in the ICIP plan and resolution form. So with that, I stand for any questions.
I had a question, Nick. Could you get that back up on the screen? Yeah, go down a little bit more. A little more. Whoa, up there. I was a little shocked that out of a total of 3.1 million, we've got 2.3 million in engineering and architectural fees. I mean, being a former engineer, that sounds good to me, but seems like that's an awful lot of design fees.
Yeah, we haven't done that, and I think I should have put that on the construction line item. It was probably just an oversight there. And I can make that adjustment before I submit these forms. It shouldn't be a problem. But again, we really haven't done a full, a thorough design of the project. So, it's really a high level sort of budget for it. So, I can make that adjustment.
Yeah, but that'd be 2/3 of the whole budget. It seemed to be a little high.
Yeah, thanks for catching that.
Yeah. Okay, so we're looking for an approval of this ICIP plan with some modifications to the the design estimates.
I so move.
Wait a second. I heard a second. Further discussion on this DFA document? If not, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye, chair votes aye. Motion carries. So that approves that submittal, ICIP submittal. We'll move now to item 11. We were talking a little about the strategic plan, and this will be a strategic plan update.
Great. Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley. I'm here to give a brief update on the strategic plan. Is our audio okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, Julie.
I'm sorry?
We could hear you. It's good.
Okay, I think I have a little bit of a delay. I apologize. This time of year, normally I would be wrapping up a year-long strategic planning process, and I just wanted to give an update of where we are now. We because of the pandemic, we're a little behind schedule, but we've gotten back on track with a number of strategic initiatives that we're working on. We started this in the spring semester, early in spring. And what we did was used Peter Winograd's blueprint that was presented to the board in the past. And we took that and identified 14 KPIs that we were going to focus on for the spring semester and then on through the summer. And this is really significant for those of you who have been aware of what's going on with the strategic plan for some time. At one point, we were tracking over 100 KPIs. And then over the last 4 or 5 years, we were able to whittle that down to about 25. Now we have 14. And so we're feeling like really great that we've been able to focus this plan so tightly, and especially during this kind of unusual remote learning and working time. I think it's really significant that we are this focused in on our highest priorities. Those were shared with you in the report that is part of the packet. And I just wanted to mention quickly, some of those initiatives that we're looking at are Title V funded initiatives. Many of them are related to really trying to do our best to serve our students through the pandemic, focused on our financial goals and making sure, again, that we're on solid financial standing through the pandemic, getting campus reopened, and then of course another very big project that I know you've all been talking about quite a bit, which is the ERP, which is really going to take up a lot of time and resources campus-wide. So those are the types of things we're focused on. We'll continue, like I said, our planning process through the summer, and then I'll be reporting on those KPIs in early fall. And unless Yash has anything else to add?
No, we're just, one of the reasons why we're so excited about the 14 KPIs is that we believe, and all the best practices related to strategic plans speaks to focusing on a few things and doing well. So Julie and I are incredibly grateful to President Rowley's leadership in helping us really narrow our focus and really concentrate our efforts. Another thing that you might have noticed about our KPIs is focusing with an equity in mind. So it's really about really helping our students of color be successful, because when they're successful, we're successful. So with that, we stand for questions.
I bet Pierre has a question.
I actually don't, Jack.
No? All right, Pierre is one of our strategic plan gurus. But George has a question. Go ahead, George.
Just a very general question about Mosaica and how Mosaica sort of fits in. I'm kind of thinking strategic plan, sort of funding, projects, and then I'm seeing Mosaica here on the side, and I'm wondering about integration, because certainly fragmented planning is difficult, expensive, and problematic at times. Any thoughts about that? I mean, it's a high level question, I realize.
I can take a stab at that, George. So yes, so a lot of the strategic initiatives that we have will dovetail into the plan for Mosaica, because it's still going to be working towards a different solution towards meeting our students' needs. So when you look at students' needs for training in certain areas, this will give us a different option to be able to come at some of those training needs in a different fashion. That's one use of creating a separate nonprofit like that. It'll give us so it's going to fold in a lot of different ways, but so the strategic plan was already sort of in existence, and then I lobbed that out a month or so ago. So we will work to craft that into the strategic plan in a much more thoughtful fashion, as you say, because you certainly don't want that to be anything piecemeal or anything. The first thing will be to get bylaws and actually create a corporation, and then figure out, okay, these will be the strategic uses for that particular entity.
Yes, and I think it has a natural fit with all three of those goals, right? It supports the students' needs, it partners with the community is going to be key to the success, and it really builds the college capacity. So I think there's a perfect alignment there.
Yep. Chair Sullivan, I actually do have a question.
Go right ahead.
Okay, it's about 3.3, address equity and embrace diversity at SFCC. So it looks like the primary initiative is to get folks trained. Can you talk more about how, can you talk more about how you're going to ensure that we're embracing diversity and equity beyond the training?
I'll start with that, and then Yash may want to jump on to the. I'm sorry. Well, I was going to say, from a higher level, obviously training is important, but certainly training is not creating diversity and equity. And so a lot of, the vision for that has to do with more of an analysis of academic policies and programs like that to make sure that, there aren't, I guess what you would call institutionalized inequities in just how we funnel students into developmental education and things like that, that we're not paying enough attention to and that we don't need to fundamentally address. And Yash and Julie may want to add on to that.
Julie, you were about to say something, so I want to make sure you have an opportunity to
cut you off.
Yes. Oh, just quickly, yes, Member Quintana, the training piece is really a Title V piece. So that's in there, to really make sure that we're tracking the types of training, equity training, and culturally appropriate pedagogy type trainings that we're offering to faculty. And we are hoping to put into place through Title V some measures that will help us to gauge what kinds of concrete changes are coming out of those trainings within the classroom and what kind of impact those are having on our students. But as President Rowley mentioned, there's other things that we would like to do along with that initiative to really make sure that we're having the impact that we need to have.
Sure, and if I could build on what Julie and President Rowley just said, one of the things we believe is that, outcomes matters, right? So we're tracking outcomes now specifically on students of color. And so that changes our focus from just trying to chase the numbers to really ensuring that our actions are going to improve the students of color's success. So in terms of, I understand equity goes beyond race, but I think that's the one key changes in our approach to the strategic planning process. In addition, you're going to be hearing in a moment from Ann Black, which is in our office, about Title III grant. And in that Title III grant, one of the goals there too is going to be about providing additional faculty-led training relating to improving culturally competent pedagogy and experiential learning and all those other items there. So there's a big push there. Finally, I would like to also just share that, as Kate just gave us an update about relating to those trainings that's available through Achieving the Dream. Achieving the Dream has really been focusing on equity in terms of student success. And so we've been sending a group of the faculty members out there and then asking faculty members to bring back that information and then try to see what can be done from the ground up. Because, any of our initiatives, if it's just top down or ground up alone, it's not going to be successful. So we're taking a multitude of approaches in terms of trying to address that equity related goals at our college.
Thank you. And real quick, so you've mentioned a couple of different initiatives that are taking place around equity and inclusion. So is it the case that you're capturing the majority of folks, or is it that it's the same group of people who show up to these trainings over and over?
I wouldn't say it's the same group of people. I think we're trying to capture different groups of people and then also trying to let those groups of people then convince their colleagues, right? I could go and talk about the importance of equity until I get blue to my face, but I think there's more eagerness to listen and try to collaborate when it comes from people's peers. And so that's the approach we're taking.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Chairman Sullivan?
Whoops.
Can I have a question? Yeah, Chairman Sullivan. Yeah, this is great. I just had a couple of questions. You talked about establishing month-to-month action plan for the KPIs. And sorry, my screen just obscured, but I wondered if have you established those already?
Board Member Pugh, I'm not sure I caught the question entirely. Was that about creating action plans for each of these KPIs?
Oh yeah, sorry, that was it. In your document, you talked about establishing month-to-month action plans for each KPI. And I was just wondering if you had done that already.
Yes.
Okay, and then you also—
Yes, we have.
Okay, great. And then we also talk about regular review at executive team for updates and progress. So are you doing that already?
Yes, we are, Board Member Pugh. That's our traditional process is for each KPI, creating action plans, making sure that the leads for those action plans are bringing them to executive team and sharing them and, making sure that everyone's keeping on track. We, as I mentioned early on, we got a little behind because of the pandemic. Normally we would start that process right away in August. This time, because we were kind of making some adjustments and going through, an emergency planning cycle, really, we really started this new plan in January. And so in January, we were able to create new month action plans with each lead. And we began in early February bringing those to executive team.
Okay, all right. Yeah, under goal 1, there was a lot of pathways and 66% retention rate. And so I would be interested at some point in the future hearing about those goals and your progress on them. So that's all. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, other comments, questions? If not, let's.
Mr. Chair, if I may, one last item, if you could indulge me. I just want to publicly thank Julie Gallegos' leadership in the strategic planning process and also under Title V. It's her leadership that really has helped the college and made some humongous difference at the college. So I just want to say thank you to Julie.
All right, let's go on.
Thank you, Julie.
Let's go on to item B. Ann, would you like to tell us about the HSI STEM and Articulation Program?
Good afternoon, Chairman Sullivan, President Rowley, members of the board. Could I possibly be able to share my screen? Okay, great. So there we go. Okay. There we go. I'm here today to with you our intent to apply for Title III HSI STEM and Articulation Program. It's Title III Part F of the Higher Education Act. And just give me a sec while I can get this to move. Here we go. Some key information about this grant is that it's due in about 3 weeks on June 14th. The grant's for 5 years. The estimated range of awards is 700 to $1 million a year, so up to 5 million total. And they're looking to award approximately 96 grants. Both 2-year and 4-year colleges are eligible for this grant. Within this competition, there are 1 absolute priority, 2 competitive preference priorities, and 1 invitational priority. So this is the absolute priority that we have to address in our application. And this is projects designed to increase the number of Hispanic and other low-income students attaining degrees in the field of STEM, and to develop model transfer and articulation agreements between 2-year and 4-year institutions. There's also competitive preference priority number 1, which is up to 5 additional points, and that's fostering flexible and affordable paths to obtaining knowledge and skills. And this includes improving collaboration between education providers and employers to ensure student learning objectives are aligned with the skills and knowledge required for employment in in-demand industries or sectors. And also providing work-based learning experiences such as internships, apprenticeships, fellowships that align with in-demand industry sectors or occupations in alignment with WIOA. And competitive preference priority number 2 is academic achievement and retention strategies. And so this is for projects designed to develop or enhance tutoring, counseling, and student service programs designed to improve student success, including innovative and customized instruction courses designed to help retain students and move students rapidly through core courses and through program completion. And then finally, they have an invitational priority that we can choose to address, and that's providing student supports for addressing the impacts of COVID-19 on students' mental health and academic outcomes. And so they're really looking for projects that are looking to integrate student support services, wraparound services for STEM students to address mental health and academic support due to the pandemic. And they really want us to see how we're going to leverage our grant funding with other resources to help students and communities that are hit hardest by COVID-19, and also to drive evidence-based practices to address the existing inequities exacerbated by the pandemic. And they really want us to look at integrating our services and meeting the whole needs of a student, including students from low-income backgrounds. And, again, how can we leverage our resources to help students receive public benefits, school supplies, transportation, mental health services, mentoring, tutoring, and peer support groups. And also ensuring that we're helping them articulate from a 2-year to a 4-year program and graduate with a credential.
That's all they want, huh?
Yeah. just a little bit of activity. We really have kind of like this overall goal, and we really want to holistically develop students' STEM identity. And really, so students, many students come to us and they don't have role models in their life that make them think that they can be a STEM student A lot of students come to us and they say, I'm not good at math, I'm not good at science. And that really, that identity that they have really prevents them from pursuing STEM programs. And so we really want to work on that and really providing access and giving students a sense of belonging, and also really broadening what it means, what students understand, what it means to be a STEM person. So some of the things that we're doing in this grant is we're really focusing on academic support. So we're looking to do peer mentoring, peer tutoring. We'd like to establish a STEM center and kind of put together STEM services all in one place. We're also really focusing on professional development for faculty and staff, focusing on equity and access and culturally relevant pedagogy. And also focusing on undergraduate research activities within coursework to really get students involved in STEM and hands-on projects and activities and learning. And I'm here to answer any of your questions.
And I had a quick question or perhaps for Becky. Do we have any articulation agreements with any two-year institution?
I
Mr.
don't.
Aware of any two-year institutions. Typically, you know, there is the statewide Common Core matrix that is, you know, supposed to be readily acceptable between all institutions. The one thing that I might say, I wouldn't call an articulation agreement, but the NIMNET curriculum is set up so that you could, the nursing curriculum, so that you could start out at one college, and then if you need to move to a different college for a particular reason, that you should be able to start up, you know, wherever you left off, you know, and not miss a semester. If you're indeed moving to another school that does have the NIMNET curriculum, which I believe most of them do. But other than that, they're designed to move up.
Yeah, because I saw in the criteria, it said articulation agreements between two-year institutions and between two-year and four-year. And I know the trying to get the articulation agreements between the 2 and the 4 years has been a monumental task. But I just never thought about articulation agreements between two-year institutions.
Well, Mr. Chair, there are more and more students anymore who do take courses from multiple institutions from different reasons. So they may be working on a degree from Santa Fe Community College, but for whatever reason, whether it's a matter of convenience or something else, they may take anatomy and physiology online at Clovis Community College and then maybe take another class from C&M or something like that. But all those would be transferred to Santa Fe Community College so that they could get their degree from us. And all colleges experience a certain amount of that.
But do we have specific agreements, or is this part of this overall?
It's part of an overall, you know, the courses have already been deemed, you know, that they meet certain requirements. And so it doesn't work as a result of a specific articulation agreement.
Okay.
Those actually, in some cases, can make transfer more difficult because they can be so specific that it's harder for students to transfer in courses that are almost the same, but not exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed to me also when they added that articulation between 2 and 4 year schools, I began to wonder about how do we begin to develop that. You know, certainly our efforts with the shared services, the chess program provides some facilitation between schools, but articulation, you know, may mean a little more than people can do it. And how do you build that in? So, and that's going to be a challenge for you to develop. Good luck.
Sure.
I'm gonna need it in the next 3 weeks.
Chair Sullivan, this is Pierre. I have a couple of questions for Anne. Hi, Anne. I think this is very exciting. So you have 3 weeks to apply. I suspect that most of your research is done. But if not, a couple of suggestions. I think as far as like internships and undergraduate research, I think what I've learned over the years, especially for STEM students at community colleges, are that if those opportunities are not paid, they're not going to be readily accessible to the population that we're trying to target. So is there a way, or is the grant going to allow for paid undergraduate research and paid internships?
There is a line in the budget, excuse me, for training stipends. To be honest, Board Member Quintana, there wasn't a lot of clarity that they gave to us in the webinar, because what they were saying wasn't aligning with what's in the legislation. I'm actually sending out an email to the person at the U.S. Department of Education with that question, because it wasn't, there wasn't a lot of clarity, let me say that. So the answer is, long story short, is maybe.
Okay, and I think if the answer ends up being no, I think institutionally, we need to be prepared to figure out how we're going to give our students, our STEM students, access to paid internships and paid undergraduate research positions. The other question I have is around, are these programs, or is this grant targeting only full-time students that are going to impact the IPED's definition of graduation and completion, or is there a design where part-time students can be considered? Because again, the population least likely to complete the STEM degree are the students who are most likely to go part-time.
So the answer is no. Sorry to be not specific, but our performance measures focuses on full-time, first-time students, and that's who we count. But we can serve all students in this project, and but we are measuring our Hispanic and low-income students, just like Title V. And I would also like to add that this grant is really about building the college's capacity to serve students. And so as much as they're interested in providing direct services to students, they're also really wanting to see the college to implement policies and trainings and programs that have a lasting impact beyond the life of the grant.
Great. And I think just another note, I think for us as an institution, is to keep in mind that while the grant is focused on building capacity, and oftentimes it's focused on that first-time full-time population, which in my view is very narrow in terms of the students that we're serving. So I think if we can also think about how we're serving that part-time population, and not lose sight of them, even though the grant is saying something very specific in terms of who our target group is and how we're measuring our outcomes. Because I do think it's easy to, I think it's easy to focus just on the full-time, first-time students, because that's what we're asked to do. And then the other students, especially part-time, they struggle to go through the system the way it's been designed for full-time students.
Correct. And so, yeah, and that's a really great point. I do want to say that probably the Title V grant is doing a little bit more things systemically around that in terms of scheduling, so that part-time students can get through the program. But all of the services that we're going to be, direct services will be providing through the Title III grant will be available to part-time students.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ann.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ann. There's no other questions. Let's go on to our two final policy readings. Is this you, Laura?
Chair Sullivan, members of the board, President Rowley, yes, we're so excited to bring two policies to you today. The first one, Nick will talk to you about, and it is policy 6-12, surveillance cameras. And both of the policies that you're here about today have been through the shared governance process. Take it away, Nick.
Okay, I guess I will. So as you can see, we have the policy 612 in front of you today, and really what we're trying to do here is update this policy. It was a little bit antiquated, it kind of referenced some technology that we really don't use. The other thing is under definitions, one area that needed clarity was, I think, offered up by our attorneys, and it's related to reasonable expectation of privacy, and we needed to clarify that and include as defined by law. And let me go ahead and share my screen with you if I can, so you can see where I am. But it's number 4 under definitions. So hopefully you can see where I am. The reasonable expectation of privacy is included under privacy areas. And I'm told that legally there's a very, very focused legal concept, I guess, of that expectation of privacy in a public building. And so we needed to make sure that we have included in there as defined by law. What else? We had a good conversation in Faculty Senate and with the Faculty Policy Subcommittee on how these cameras are going to be used. And under number 9, under the policy process, we wanted to specify that that these surveillance cameras will not be installed in classrooms, except in computer and testing rooms, or if approved by the faculty member and dean and the president. And that's because, with the recent transition towards using a lot more video, audio, visual, electrical equipment and camera equipment, we didn't want folks to have the feeling that folks, like security is watching people. And we really wanted to differentiate between, what cameras are going to be, surveillance cameras are going to be used for in the public spaces as opposed to classrooms and things like that. So that was a good recommendation that was brought forth. And just some.
Nick, I had a question on that before you move
What's
on
that?
to the issue. I recall Becky mentioning that in past meetings that we were probably going to go to a system in the future with more expanded technology that we're going to use some of this federal funds for, that allows students to take classes online based on not having to log into the class on GoToMeeting or that type of software, but rather to come back later in the evening whenever they can and review the class, and essentially attend the class and do whatever homework they have to do. So if we can't have cameras in the classrooms, how do we do that?
Oh, they will have audiovisual equipment related to educational and instructional needs. But what we're saying in this policy is that that equipment will not be used for surveillance.
And go back up and what's the definition of surveillance again? Oops, there it is. Using a camera to review, report, or store visual images to deter crime, protect safety or security. This does not include class and audio-visual equipment for instructional purposes. Okay, so you could have a camera, and we are going to have cameras that do that, is my understanding.
That's correct, and that's why we wanted to differentiate. The other interesting thing, and maybe, I won't put Todd on the spot, but, a lot of the kind of rules and laws that are related to what we do with surveillance cameras do also align with the, Inspection of Public Records Act, and camera footage is, as I understand it, considered to be a public record with specific kind of parameters on, who can access it and things like that. But, the thing that we're wrestling with is that, people are expecting certain levels of privacy, and students would, I'm sure have that same level of understanding. But, it is also important to know that anything that we do with college assets in terms of video and things like that are in the public domain under the ownership of the college and the state. And so I don't know if that helps to kind of clarify that what students can expect in terms of the utilization on some of this equipment. You know what I mean? So what I'm getting at is, if there's an issue, with the student, the college can use any of that video footage to investigate or do those types of things. But we're saying in this policy that we're not going to specifically use that audio equipment for that purpose. But there needs to be a clear distinction between surveillance cameras and the equipment in the classroom.
Thank you.
And really, that's it. That's the big big components of this policy and the updates. There's just some rules on the installation and procedure, and obviously we want a high level of approval for installations and removal, and that would be the president of the college to say to designate where these things are going to be located and what can be installed and what can be eliminated.
Not having read through this carefully, I don't know if drones somehow have been, whether they sort of just fit into the general category of a camera, whether it's a fixed or a mobile camera. If that, it may just be included in this without any need for further specificity.
So, Mr. Chair and Board Member Gamble, we don't use drones at this point for any surveillance kind of activity. One day maybe we will, but I think that in terms of this policy, we would have to have the president to approve the,
Yeah.
you know, that being, that, you know, method being utilized for surveillance. And I'm sure we'd have a lot of procedure on, and what we can do with that. There's, I think there's a lot of, as I understand it, from our insurance company, there's a lot of insurance questions related to drones and you know, videotaping people and things like that.
Yeah.
Any other comments on the surveillance cameras proposed policy revisions? This will come back to us next board meeting for final approval, so now's your chance to wordsmith it if you feel it needs to be wordsmithed. Okay, if not, let's talk about the electronic mail policy revisions.
Thank you all.
Hello, Mason, can I present? Thanks, Mason. Good afternoon, everyone. This is email policy 7-4. Some of our goals in editing this policy were primarily to get rid of some of the more procedural aspects that were in the policy as it stood. So there were a lot of definitions about things like who could use certain distribution lists and access distribution lists, and it was a little bit inflexible. Some of the other major things that we changed, we are going to be moving comments about responding and to email quickly over to policy 4-1 and policy 2-1. So it was really difficult for IT to make sure that people were responding and replying to emails. So we've taken that out of the responsibility of IT. Some of the other major changes, we aligned the language more along the lines of policy 7-1, which was also updated recently. So in particular, in the sections regarding logging and monitoring. A few of the changes that were requested by other groups involved adding language about personal use of emails. So we, at the request of faculty, I added a section that said that some personal use of your email was acceptable as long as it followed our policies. So those are some highlights about email. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I had a question on that, Corey.
Sure.
Just from my private experience, what I found is what jammed up our computer systems the most was personal emails. And not only personal emails in terms of storage, but in terms of the viruses that people introduce into the system as a result of messing around with personal emails on company computers. How do you protect against that?
So we use multiple methods. We have, through our Office 365 platform, we have access to some pretty high-level technologies to protect email. We have also implemented a secondary technology called Malwarebytes on computers, but we also use Microsoft desktop protection tools. You know, in general, there are so many different ways that you have to deal with this now, because it's not even just personal email anymore. The hackers are really going after executives. So as an example, yesterday I saw an email from Becky Rowley in my junk mail, but it was really from executive101@gmail.com. And so they're using names and people's names to try to get you to give up your password or move on. So you have to really combine education of your employees with technology as well, because you can put all the technology you want in if your employees don't know that, hey, Becky's probably not going to ask me to go and buy gift cards at Walmart. Or that's a scam. Then you're not going to get very far with your technology. So it's really keeping up with technology, educating your users, and using multiple technologies to protect the resources.
Yeah, how do you, where's the cutoff line?
What do you mean?
How do you administer that? Where's the cutoff line from someone that is using the college email system continuously for personal emails versus someone that may just email their spouse and say, I'll be home late tonight? How do you monitor that? How do you deal with that?
So the reality is we don't, IT doesn't. It would have to come out if we saw that there was some kind of a security issue with someone's account, which we do have a lot of proactive tools that tell us when someone's account is at risk. So we wouldn't necessarily know, hey, all this person is doing all day is sending, joke emails to their pals. So we would, in many cases, rely on supervisors. But on occasion, we do find things that people are doing with their resources. And when we find them, we report them through the proper channels, which would be HR, or if it's a student, we report them through the behavioral intervention team. So it does happen, but we're not actively necessarily looking for the people who are, goofing off. We're looking for the people who are creating security issues. So if HR came to us and said, we think someone's goofing off, can you help us research that? That would be more of the method that would tell us that. But personally, if someone asked me, Corey, should I use my email for personal things? I would discourage them personally. I don't do anything personal with my work email for good reason. One, it becomes a public record. So if I am communicating with my friends about the party I'm going to have next week, that's public record, or even personal information. If I'm dealing with my credit cards or my personal business on email, it's now a public record. And the college certainly isn't going to protect someone's personal email from becoming a public record. So that would be my personal stance, but I'm not opposed to people sending that message to their husband, I'm going to be late, for their partner.
Do we say that here? Can you go down to that item here? I don't have that up on my computer.
Sure.
Where we say that it's allowed, but
here it is. Incidental personal use is allowed as long as it does not interfere with college business or violate this or any other policy.
I think that should be expanded to say that it is strongly discouraged for a number of reasons, not the least of which is that it becomes a public record, and anything you put out there is now public record, which you may not want to be public record.
Yeah.
I think that needs to be hardened.
Okay.
I'm sure you can work up the lingo, but I think we need to make a statement there that this is, incidental use doesn't give me that warm and fuzzy feeling.
Okay. Sure. I'll make that change. Anything else?
We're trying to notify people. A lot of people don't think about that, but
yeah.
If you want your romantic emails out in the public, this is one way to do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Chairman, this is Jody. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Jody.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, just to follow on with what you said, I know in section K under privacy and monitoring, you talk about that SFCC reserves the right to monitor emails and examine. That might be a good place to just, put in there that any email traffic can be, record or something like that. I do think that's a good idea because I don't think, especially young people, think that way, that this could end up being, official public record and everything they say can and will be used against them, right?
Yeah. Jody, can I ask you to repeat, right in the beginning, you kind of cut out, you made a suggestion and we missed the suggestion, or at least I did.
Oh, sorry. I was just pointing out in section K right there with privacy and monitoring, you do say that SFCC reserves the right to monitor the email. So that might, so that might be a good place to say, that it could and will be used as a public record if need be, or however you want to say it. But
okay, yeah.
I think that might be under C. We do mention the Inspection of Public Records Act. Does that not cover your intent? I'm just trying to capture it for Corey.
I don't see that.
K1C.
Oh, sorry.
K1C, got it.
But I think she's saying we should come out and say your email is public record.
Yeah, all emails at the college are public records, right?
Yeah. Yes, to the extent that they're not related to like a legal proceeding or something.
Right.
Okay, that helps a lot. Thanks.
Thank you, Jody.
The other concern that I have is that students or maybe even some staff, I don't know, or faculty, but if they make derogatory comments about a supervisor or about an instructor or about someone or another student on a college email, I think we get involved in the liability of providing that mechanism for those potentially libelous comments. Now we can relate to this policy and we can say, but the policy doesn't say you're not supposed to do it. The policy says, it's okay, but don't do a lot of it. So it's not just a matter of a court order. It's a matter of what I don't think we want is people using the Santa Fe Community College email system as a public open source Facebook, where anybody can say anything to anybody. We want it strictly for business. And, we're paying for it. We're paying for all the computer equipment that it takes to run these emails and to store them. I don't think this is. I think we need to be strong in the statement that this is not a place where you complain about your professor or your instructor. There's a procedure for that. You go through a procedure for that, which we already have. Just don't want it to be used as a gripe, a gripe source.
Yeah, Chairman Sullivan, this is Jody. I think I understand what you're saying. As an artifact of where I work, it's very clear, right, that your email can be inspected, it's a public record, and there's strong criteria of email, of what you can and cannot do on, on that institution's email, right? And so I think what I hear you saying is, and I understand having a little stronger language that clearly delineates the expectations for people using the community college's email of, which does also include that it can be inspected at any time by the institution, right? And that it constitutes a public record, and that it can't be used for any form of harassment or, that it's essentially not there. It's there to use as a tool, but certainly they cannot be assured of any privacy whatsoever with that. So I get that.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying, this is not a social media platform. This is a college, this is a business email. And I think I'd like to see this brought back again for another first reading, because I really think we need to be a little bit clearer and a little stronger on this issue. It is an important issue. This is how everybody communicates these days.
So one of the things that I would like to just add before, and that's fine, I understand what you're saying. Many other places have a policy that we're actually missing. And my hope is that we will write that policy, and that is an acceptable use policy. And in that policy, it typically states that you may not use technology to harass, you can't, run for office, you can't do that. And we actually do not have that policy. And it would actually apply to everything from email to texting to the SFCC portal. It wouldn't just apply to email. And so I understand what you're saying about making it stronger language. I will tell you that when we wrote policy 7-1, we had a "you have no expectation of privacy" statement. And when we went and talked about academic freedom, the privacy and monitoring statement that you see is what came out of that discussion around academic freedom and applying our privacy and monitoring. And so perhaps I hear what you're saying, and now I'm being sent off to give stronger language that I was then told, make it softer. When I use these examples, these are probably like 99.9% of the reasons that I monitor and log and track. It's around harassment. It's around protecting and limiting damage. It's around behavioral issues. And so I just want to give that as a sort of platform for where this policy is. And I do believe that really that acceptable use technology is where it should state that you cannot harass or do all of those things you're talking about in policy. So I appreciate that opportunity to say that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I understand the faculty's concern about academic freedom, but that's it's also like saying sometimes it's my First Amendment right. I can say anything I want. I can cry fire in the crowded church if I want. So academic freedom is very often in the mind of the beholder. We, the board and administration, is responsible for these people's lives when they're on our campus. We're responsible for their lives, their safety. And if we don't do, we're not totally responsible, but if we don't do what's acceptable and reasonable to protect, not only students, but staff and faculty who are teaching them and working with them, then we have an issue. So,
yes, and I understand that very well. Working in technology, I spend a lot of time protecting people and their privacy.
Well, we appreciate that, and that's important.
Yeah.
And
So I appreciate what you're saying, and I'm happy to
I don't
go.
have the specific language, but I'm just a little concerned with anybody using the term academic freedom to hide something that may be contrary to college policies or may even be illegal. I don't know.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I think Corey is correct. We need an acceptable use policy because that pretty much takes head on any kind of academic freedom issues, because the bottom line is anything that is harassing or intimidating or anything like that, whether it's through email or any of our, technology platforms, that would be clearly prohibited. And that's usually the standard mechanism that especially colleges and universities handle those issues is through an acceptable use policy. So I think that would be something that we should probably try to add as soon as we can.
Yeah, whatever it takes. But I think
We can steal one from numerous people.
I think in this policy, we still need to be a little more specific about
Well,
fact,
and
this is not a right.
One thing I will say is that this draft, you can see where we deleted the statement that said that we have the right to monitor at any time. And so this was literally taken from that other policy and replaced the old statement. So probably what I'll do is just put the old statement back that said that we can. And so I'm totally happy to do that.
All right,
Make
well,
that language more strong.
this is not an easy policy to wordsmith, and thank you for your work on it.
Mr. Chair, if I may, this is Laura. I just wanted to clarify. You mentioned that you would like this to come back for a first reading. Normally, if it's one or one edit and not a complete revision, or a few edits and not a complete revision, that's why we bring it back for the second or final reading. But if I just want to clarify that you want another first reading as opposed to us bringing those changes for a second reading, at which point, if they're not sufficient, you can always ask for more changes at that time.
Yeah, that's fine. Bring it back as a second, and with the changes highlighted, and if there's too many changes, then we'll just table it and do a little more work on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that's a first reading. There's no action required on either of those policies. And now to item 13, which is board reports, discussion and other business. Does the board have anything that they'd like to report on?
Jack, this is Peter. I can report out on the HERC Symposium.
Sure.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me just pull up my notes. So I attended the HERC Symposium in person on April 30th, and Becky was also there. She was part of the panel at the end of the meeting. And there were a variety of folks present. So we had an introduction by the New Mexico Higher Education Secretary, who outlined the vision for higher ed and described opportunities for folks to get involved across institutions to be part of this planning effort. I did ask if there were ways in which board members could get involved, and I didn't get a clear response, but hopefully we can find out soon if in the event that someone is interested in participating. And then they also had a panel with Mark Saavedra, the Council of University Presidents. I didn't write down his official title. And then Mark Valenzuela, who's the LFC, I think, analyst. Is that right, Becky?
Yes.
Yeah.
He's the analyst for higher ed.
Yeah, and one thing that came up, he talked about Secretary Dameron, former Secretary Dameron's trifecta, and that they're revisiting that with Secretary Rodriguez. And so it'll be interesting to see how that work is continued. But one thing that came up, and I wanted to ask others who were in attendance if they caught this, and maybe Becky, you have an answer, but they talked about the Common Course numbering for 102 level courses across institutions in the state. And he said that they found only 6 were offered at every single institution out of the 2,643 courses in the database. Can you elaborate on that, Becky? Do you have more information?
I'm not exactly sure what he's talking about. So yes, he has said, I've heard him say that numerous times, but I think it just has to do with, you know, either like the title of courses, because if you even look at something like, you know, first and second semester English composition, college algebra, intro to sociology, everybody still has all of those classes. And there are, you know, I think that they got so specific and they allowed institutions to create unique numbers in so many different instances that, you know, that's what's kind of creating that narrative. Margaret might have a little bit more information about it too, because I think, you know, she was involved in some of the, because this whole initiative started several years ago, like 3 or 4 years ago. And they really got after it pretty hard at first and then kind of backed off. And so what Mark is using that number 6 to say is that nothing transfers anywhere in the state, which is simply not true. You know, even though we don't have that many articulations, agreements in place, our students are still able to transfer most places. You know, we know that there are a few classes that people have trouble with. And some colleges, some 4-year universities will insist, for example, that students have to take Accounting 1 on their campus no matter what. They will not accept it as a transfer from anywhere. They have to take A&P on their campus. They won't accept that as a transfer. And so we haven't been able to make progress on those issues, but those are the real transfer issues. If you were to take all of your gen ed courses at Santa Fe Community College and try to transfer to Highlands, I'd be willing to bet that every bit of it would transfer. And so, you know, unless you're in a really specific degree area, and that's why we encourage students to work with an advisor early on. But the real issues are pretty specific, but this narrative has just really grown really deeply with the LFC. And they're on it, and they're going to be they have formed a task force. They just did this about 2 days ago. They're forming a task force. And one of the big things that they want to talk about is this particular issue. And so what they're going to do is they're going to look at like Santa Fe Community College, and they're going to see how many courses we have. And they're going to go, oh, that didn't transfer anywhere. But it's not intended to transfer. You know, no one ever said it was going to transfer. And so there's so much education that needs to be done, and I feel like we've done it, but they just like, nope, there are all these courses and only 6 of you have exactly the same course in these areas. So for practical purposes, I would say that is really not correct, because we do have an agreed upon core, and that core transfers with a few exceptions, but it's not on the 2 years, it's on a 4-year institution who has been able to not accept a handful of gen ed courses. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, thanks, Becky, because I put like in bold, this doesn't make any sense. Like where is this number coming from?
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
right here. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay. And then something else that came out of that is they were really talking about the same person, Mr. Valenzuela was talking about the variation of academic programs and how our neighboring states, Texas and Arizona, are able or have increased enrollment over the last several years. And they've done so offering fewer programs than we're offering even in New Mexico. And so I know we have kind of this cafeteria approach, or at least what it's been referred to in the past at community colleges, where it's, hey, look at us, we have 160 degrees and certificates, And it's, maybe we don't need to have 160 degrees in certificates. And so it seems like LFC is also focused on that. But I don't know how that's going to translate into the work for higher ed across the state, and if they're going to be asking us to reduce the number of programs that we're offering at each institution. So that was something I thought we should keep an eye on. If there were other things that really stood out to me. I think those are the main things for me that I wanted to share, but a really great opportunity. It's my understanding that this group is primarily focused on regents from the four-year institutions. And so I thought that it was nice that 2 years were able to participate because it was clear in some of the comments and the questions that were made during the meeting that they don't have, people at the university level don't always have a good understanding of what's happening in the community colleges, even how our boards are formed. So again, just a great opportunity. So thanks for sending me, Jack.
Well, you're welcome. And George and I attended that same meeting remotely. And I share your comment about, I was surprised that more than one speaker did not know that the community college regents, as they call them, board members, were elected by statute in New Mexico. It's not that we made it up by ourselves, it's a statute. So it applies to all community colleges. They're all elected. And what that kind of told me was that there was a gap here, a chasm in communication between four-year schools and two-year schools. And I know community colleges has its lobbying organization, of which Becky is a preeminent member. And I know that the four-year colleges are well lobbied in the legislature. And I just came away thinking, gosh, maybe the two of us need to sit down and talk to each other because there's a big gap here. Something's missing.
I would agree, Mr. Chair, that we do need to have more conversations. And it kind of depends. There are a lot of people in the four-year group that would know that, how our boards are formed. But, some people just, it's a little bit outside their sphere of navigation. And so they never really probably gave it much thought.
Yeah, it was a good meeting from that standpoint. And I'm sorry that the two of you had to drive all the way to Socorro, but that's where it was. I wanted to mention one thing, and thank you, Pierre, for bringing that up. George, did you have any comments about, you were at that meeting also?
Any comments about?
About the meeting, the Socorro meeting that you and I attended remotely?
No, I don't.
Okay. When Jill gave the staff Senate report, maybe Margaret or Becky, could you pass this along to her? I don't see her in the meeting anymore. I forgot to ask her or remind her that we are going to discuss the student success issue at our retreat. And I hadn't heard anything from the staff Senate about that. And I wanted to give them an opportunity to present something, bullet points or whatever they would like for us to talk about at the retreat. So if you remind them that if they have any thoughts or recommendations to send them to me.
You did mention that to them, Jack, and Kate did say she would try and do something.
Yeah, I mentioned it to Kate for the faculty senate, but I didn't mention it to Jill.
Oh.
For the staff senate. And I wanted to, at our last board meeting, when I brought it up then, she said, well, a good idea would be if we had maybe it wasn't Jill, it was who it was, said it would be nice if we had a Native American person that was like an ambassador or an intermediary or something like that. They did bring that up, but I really wanted to get some more cogent staff senate thoughts if they have them. So anyway, I just didn't remember to bring that up. Okay, let's announce the next board meetings. The retreat will be June 4 at the college, beginning at 9 a.m. The initial part will be a closed session, which will involve the evaluation and discussion of performance with the president, followed by open meeting at which we will discuss the board goals and the president's goals and several other items which are on the published agenda of that meeting. And that'll go to approximately 3 o'clock. The next regular board meeting will be June 23rd at 1 p.m. Becky, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't think I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right. Any other board members with words of wisdom for the evening? No?
Nope.
Then we'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Good. Thank you all. Thank you for your presence today and for your input. And we will see you all on June 4th. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.